One, two, three. Test. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Truro Raceway. The temperature in Truro this evening is 19 degrees Celsius. Under partly cloudy skies, tonight's track condition has been rated fast. The card this evening is conducted under the rules and regulations of the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge this evening is Kevin Kroll, the associates Alex Monroe and Mike Ellsworth. And now your program and equipment changes. First change in the first race. Scratched sick in race 1 is number 6, Tobin's Reward. Race 1, scratch 6, Tobin's Reward. Over to race 5. In the 5th race, we have a driver change on number 2, Reggie's Game. Make it Dave Dowling. Race 5, Dave Dowling will drive number 2, Reggie's Game. Reggie's Game also with a bridle change from open to closed. Those were your only changes thus far on this evening's program. Post time for the first race has been set for 6 p.m. That's in less than 19 minutes, with the mutuals now open and selling.
Hello and welcome to Truro Raceway on this Friday evening. Track is fast. I'm Melissa Keith with you for some handicapping comments and selections, which you will see in your program. And we also have program selections that appear opposite mine that I believe are from Joe Kelly, our announcer at Truro. So as you can see on your screen for race 1, we have similar views for the top 2 in race 1. I have the 3 on top. And in race 1, that happens to be Under Control. And Under Control, to me, just looked like a good top choice. Joe has him for second, and I think the rationale is Under Control is out of a world champion. His dam is Isabella Bluechip, who was with George Teague in her racing career. She was a 2-year-old world champion. So Under Control was fourth of fifth in his debut qualifier last Friday against Tougher. And Paul Langell is aboard for the 4-year-old's first career start, which is tonight. For second, I have the 2 Lions in front, who was second as beaten favorite last Friday from the same post position. Pocket Ride behind a winning stablemate, Ziggy. And then I like the gray Coot Cobbler, even from post 7 for show. He broke maiden at June 24th on a class drop to tonight's level and was boxed in after the half here Friday, getting shuffled back. And he does look like driver Gregory Monroe's pick over the 8 this race. So 3-2-7 for me in the first. And Joe sees it a little differently with Lions in front, winning over Under Control. And the show selection there is Tobin's Reward, the 6 with Dale Spence. So lots of wagering opportunities for the 10 races this evening, highlighted by the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational in race 10. And also, it should be noted, there's a pick 5 carryover this evening, some prices last week. So a carryover of $483.62. The pick 5 starts in race 3.
Horses now coming onto the racetrack and parading for the first race on this evening's program. Here is the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade for race one. Number 1 is Philly's Boy. Clayton Stevens owns and drives, shares ownership with Elaine Shortliff. Lions in front from post 2, owned by Michelle Patrigan, with Bernard McCollum in the seat. Mark and Barry Whidden, the owners. Paul Angel will drive from post 3 under control. Number 4 in the field is Talk Derby to Me. Todd Treitz aboard for Kerry Saunders and Bria Harper. The Bandwagon has post 5. Darren Crow will drive. Owners are Kelly and Cameron McCacken. The 6 has been scratched. Number 7 now from post 6, Greg Monroe for the Autumn Gold Stable. And Paisley McCollum is the owner of number 8, Time Old Charmer, with Kenny Parker getting the drive. That's the field for the first, post time in 5 minutes.
The same post position with a pocket ride behind winning stablemate Ziggy. And then I like Coot Cobbler, even from post 7 for show. Who do you like? There's a very short time until post time to get those wagers in. There's Under Control on your screen. Again, this is a first career start for him, but he's royally bred, and having Paul Langell in the sulky doesn't hurt his chances tonight. On your screen right now is Lions in front and driver Pooker McCollum. And this filly remains a maiden, but was a good second to her stablemate Ziggy last Friday at Truro, timed in 2:02. And she has a lot going for her. She had a pocket ride last week. She has this good post position again tonight and a solid chance in this field.
Less than 2 minutes to post time.
There's the very recognizable Coot Cobbler and driver Gregory Monroe. Post 7 is not an advantage. However, he did break his maiden at Truro earlier this season. He was 7th last week. He did get boxed in, however, and came on again late. Timed individually in 2:01 flat. So despite the post position, he was a look, and you won't miss him if you're watching him in the race. Very much a standout. And getting ready for the start of the first. Right now on your screen is Talk Derby to Me and Todd Trites. And this one is also a maiden, as are most of them in this race. 3 starts so far. This is the 4th. Trites, of course, a high percentage driver at Truro Raceway. And this one just hung in there for 4th last time around for Dale Spence. It's a possibility of a driver change, bringing about change in performance tonight. It looks like they've been called to post in the first.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate moving up for tonight's first race. It's post time. First race, top of the stretch, has Philly's Boy, Lions in front, under control. Talk Derby to Me, the Bandwagon, Coot Cobbler, and Time Old Charmer. They are off and pacing in the opener. Away quickly is the Bandwagon. Along the inside, Lions in front, also driving out. That's Talk Derby to Me. Into the first turn, they're 3 deep as they head on to the opening 8th. Led by Lions in front, out there 3 high. He's the Bandwagon. Taking a tuck in the pocket is Talk Derby to Me 3rd. Inside, away 4th, that's Philly's Boy. Next in line, Coot Cobbler has 5. Then we go back to Time Old Charmer in 6th. The early trailer as they continue on into the backstretch and on past the opening quarter. He's under control. They continue into the turn, approaching the 3/8, and the Bandwagon has taken over from Lions in front. Then a tied up 3rd is Talk Derby to Me. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Back to Coot Cobbler, who advances uncovered in 4. 5th inside is Philly's Boy. Another separation of some 2.5, 3 lengths. Back to Time Old Charmer Off start at the back of the field is under control. Off the turn into the stretch now. 29 and a fifth was the opening quarter. They're led past the half by the Bandwagon. Pocket sitting as Lions in front. Endeavoring first over. That is Coot-Cobbler. Third inside. Fourth is Talk Derby to Me. Back in five is Philly's Boy. Sixth in line as they race into the lower turn. And head past the 5/8 is Time Old Charmer. Well back and treading after the break is under control. They were past the half and into the backstretch now for the final time. And the Bandwagon is still the boss. A half a length on the first over attacker, Coot-Cobbler. And Coot-Cobbler now looks to take over the lead. Second is the Bandwagon. Inside, Lions in front is pacing third. Up on the outside is Talk Derby to Me. Fourth, the half was paced in a minute flat. They race now to the 7/8 and coming back on the Bandwagon to reclaim the lead. Coot-Cobbler backs off second. Inside, Lions in front is a trapped third. Outside and looking to come three high from four is Talk Derby to Me. They continue past the 7/8 and off the top turn, still led by the Bandwagon. Coot-Cobbler is second, still looking for room in the pocket third. That is Lions in front. They straighten out for the stretch drive. The Bandwagon. Lions in front now into the passing lane. On through the stretch, the Bandwagon. Lions in front. The Bandwagon will win the opener. Second is Lions in front. Holding for third, Coot-Cobbler.
And watching the stretch drive from race one, that's the Bandwagon who prevailed once. This one made the front end and held off a very good move from Coot-Cobbler. Actually, a couple of moves from the great Coot-Cobbler who tailed off there at the end. Lions in front came up the cones, and the favorite, unfortunately, Under Control was not a part of the picture, closing late, but not a real part of the race.
Well, back in the winner's enclosure is the winner of race one, number 5, the Bandwagon, three-year-old black-galled son of Malicious out of the Rambaran Dam, Hutch's Bambi, owned by Kelly and Cameron McCacken of Lower Onslow. Trained by Joey Green and driven by Darren Crow, the Bandwagon taking the opener. Race 1 is official. 1 Phillies Boy was 7th. 2 Lions in front, 2nd. 3 Under Control, 6th. 4 Talk Derby to Me, 4th. 5 The Bandwagon, the winner. 6 was Scratch. 7 Coot Cobbler, 3rd. 8 Time Will Charmer, 5th. Fractions 29 and 1. The half in 1 minute. 3/4 in 1, 30 and 2. And the mile for the Bandwagon, 2:01 flat. Rechecking your programs. Top down 726, 4-1 scratched 3-5. 527 try in race 1, $276.80. The 5-2 exactor, $45.80. Up next, races 2 and 3, the early double. There are no program changes with second race post in 9 minutes.
Melissa Keith on the broadcast tonight from Truro Raceway. In case you didn't catch me earlier, my selections are up on the screen now alongside the program selections, and we're seeing things somewhat eye to eye in race 2. Better On Than Off, the 4, paced his fastest individual mile of 1:56 and 4, July 1st at Truro, and that was for Mark Campbell. That was his only maritime victory, and there was an impressive Friday qualifier from this one, Better On Than Off. So he's a shared top choice. For second, I like the one, Malice Intent, who was 4th as beaten favorite after cutting the mile here last Friday. The stablemate of the top choice this race. And the last time she drew the rail, she was runner-up to the undefeated The Real Princess at Charlottetown. And then I like the 6, Glenview Rhonda, who hasn't missed the board this season in all 3 drives by Darren Crow, who was aboard the winner of race 1, the Bandwagon, who had a nice breakthrough maiden victory for Darren Crow, trainer Joseph Green, and owners and breeders Kelly McKecken and Cameron McKecken. So we see it similarly in race 2 coming up shortly here at Truro Raceway, and the betting public agrees so far 2-5 on our shared top selection this race, the 4, Better On Than Off. Note that the early daily double begins this race, and there is also exactor, triactor, and win place show wagering in race 2. The pick 5 begins a little later on, and there is a carryover.
Entries now on the racetrack for the second race, and here is the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Number 1 is Malice Intent, owned by Ian Banks, Ernie Gillen, Pochaco, and Danny Romo. Danny drives. Todd Trites aboard number 2, Footprints in the Sand. Owners are Andrea Runnison, Basil Sherry, Clarissa Mahar, and Ian McDonald. The Hardy Mills stable, Nathan Thompson and Glenn Hardy share ownership of number 3, Vino Louis. Kenny Parker aboard. Mark Campbell catch driving from post 4, Better On Than Off for Ratchford Stable NS. Number 5, Jack Flash is a Gas, owned by Cyril Harvey and driven by Henry Smallwood. To complete the field from post 6, Glenview Rhonda has Darren Crow driving for Adam Johnson. That's the field for race 2, post time in 5 minutes.
The wagering public at Truro Raceway for race 2 agrees with the handicappers' selections. We're all siding with the 4, Better On Than Off. Mark Campbell driving for trainer Danny Romo and owner the Ratchford stable of North Sydney. And this one already has 2 wins this year and a good qualifier recently at Truro. Last week, a winner in 1:59. So Better On Than Off is 3 to 5 at the moment and might be a consideration if you're playing the daily double to single in the first leg. A lot of support for this one. And speaking of Danny Romo, now on your screen, he is driving and training the 1, that's Malice Intent, who has that rail advantage, and led the way last time and ended up 4th. A little bit of a disappointing finish on that class drop from Atlantic Sire Stakes A action. But back on the rail, this beaten favorite has a very good chance for Danny Romo tonight. And now you are looking at, I don't believe that's Glenview Rhonda, but it was a shared number 6 saddlecloth there. So Glenview Rhonda, you'll recognize. Darren Crow driving her. And there she is. Glenview Rhonda, the free-legged mare. She's got the outside post. That doesn't really seem to bother her much. She closed well, very well, in an overland trip from post 7 last Friday. So no hopples on her. And that outside post is not really that bad. She's hit the board every start this year for Darren Crow, who's back there tonight driving. The 6, Glenview Rhonda. And currently on your screen is one I'm a little afraid I did leave out of my ticket, the 2 Footprints in the Sand and Todd Trites. Up in class, but this 3-year-old gelding, he's got a much better post this week and did pace a fast mile last week, 2 minutes and 1/5 for catch driver Dale Spence from the always powerful George Renison stable. Footprints in the Sand was second. That was over at Summerside on the 5th, actually. So Footprints in the Sand returns to Truro from Summerside. And Friday he was here. I did like him. And he was actually 5th on that occasion for Todd Trites. But there's a bit of a class drop happening tonight on the return, I think, from Summerside. So Footprints in the Sand from post 2. It's a big improvement over post 7. A consideration. Jack Flash is a gas with Henry Smallwood now on your screen. This one a bit of an outlier here, although Henry Smallwood can always put them in the hunt. So you might be one for your exactors and triactors. Winless this season in 8 tries. Good post position. And they're going behind the gate for race 2 with announcer Joe Kelly calling the action.
Second race starters moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race number 2 on the program, top of the stretch, has Malice Intent, Footprints in the Sand. Vino Louis, better on than off. Jack Flash is a gas, and Glenview Rhonda. They are off and pacing with Malice Intent in at the railway quickly. She'll grab the lead as they race into the first turn. Better on than off, ranging up on the outside. He's now second, grabbing a tuck in the pocket as Footprints in the Sand third. Followed closely fourth by Vino Louis. Then back in 5, Jack Flash is a gas. The early trailer is Glenview Rhonda. On into the backstretch, and now the new leader is Better on than off, taking over from Malice Intent, opening up by 2. In behind that pair, in third is Footprints in the Sand. Then racing along in 4 is Vino Louis. A gap of some 2.5 lengths back to Jack Flash as a gas, who's got one beaten away. That's Glenview Rhonda. They race single file as they head to the 3/8 now. Up front, it's Better on than off to set the tempo. He's still out there by 2 on Malice Intent. Then a third along the rail as they continue off the top turn. Footprints in the Sand. Vino Louis is next in line 4th. Now ranging up on the outside from 5. Here comes Glenview Rhonda uncovered. And that puts Jack Flash as a gas. Now back trailing 6th. On into the stretch, 30 and a 5th was the quarter. They arrive at the half, and Better on than off now has company on the outside in the form of Glenview Rhonda, who will pressure the leader as they race into the lower turn. In the pocket, Malice Intent gets the good journey third. Staying at the rail is Vino Louis up on the outside on cover. Staying in is Footprints in the Sand as they continue past the 5/8 and on into the backstretch for the final time. Better on than off, being challenged outside by Glenview Rhonda. On the inside, Malice Intent is third outside. That's Vino Louis, now sent 3 high from 4. They arrive at 3/4. Better on than off is the one to catch. Outside second, Glenview Rhonda. Inside, locking room is Malice Intent third. Then Vino Louis up on the outside is covered up. Second over in 4. Inside saving ground in 5 is Footprints in the Sand. And Jack Flash is a gas still back there trailing in 6. Off the turn and 8th to come. Better on than off leads them into the lane now for the final time. Outside, Glenview Rhonda. Malice Intent along the rail. On through the stretch. It is Better on than off. And Better on than off, opening up to win it by some 3.5. Glenview Rhonda second, third, Malice Intent.
And it didn't appear to be in any doubt after Better on than off and Mark Campbell made front at the 30-1 opening quarter. They were on the lead and holding on, but how good was Glenview Rhonda? Multiple attempts to come at the leader. She didn't quite get there. And the stablemate Malice Intent quite good with a pocket trip. Nobody getting to Better on than off. Excellent for Mark Campbell tonight with a going away victory at Truro on Johnny Conroy Memorial Night.
Back in the winner's enclosure, the winner of this evening's second race, number 4 in your program, Better On Than Off. 3-year-old Big Ellet son of Better's Delight with the Ratchford Stable NS of North Sydney. Trained by Danny Romo, catch driven to victory this evening by Mark Campbell.
And race 3 is coming up next here at Truro Raceway. Note that this is the beginning of the Pick 5, and there's a carryover tonight, and it looks like a shared choice between myself and the program selections for race 3 on top anyway, and that is 5-2 morning line, Dylan's Mustang for Todd Trites. We see it a little differently for second. I'm going with the 5. That's Sinful Vito, who you'll remember from here a couple of years ago. While the program selections have Mr. Yokasipi on top, another popular veteran making a comeback. And we agree for the show horse. That's Don't Stand in My Way from Post 7 on a bit of a class drop. So we're seeing it similarly on top. And strangely enough, he is now 10-1 on the shared handicapper's top choice, Dylan's Mustang with Todd Trites. The action at the moment is on the 8. That's 4-5 top choice, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, who's been very strong on the front end. Not sure he's going to get that kind of trip from the 8-hole, although he does have some gate speed. So we'll find out in race 3 coming up next. Start of the Pick 5.
Now on the track, the entries in tonight's third race, and here is the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Post 1 goes to Mr. Yokosipi. Dale Spence will catch drive for Debbie Ellis. Mona Legg, the owner of number 2 Crafty Example, with Darren Crow in tow. Robbie Smallwood, owner and driver of number 3 Pride of Paradise. He shares ownership with Cyril Harvey. 4 Dylan's Mustang, owned by Mark Alliant, driven this evening by Todd Trites. Dave Dowling will pot it from post 5, Sinful Vito, owned by Jamie and Linda Ramsey. Number 6 in the field is Kingston Sealster, owned and driven by Clayton Stevens. From post 7 is Don't Stand in My Way, owned by Chuck O'Connor, along with Zach and Helen Landry, with Greg Monroe driving. And Paul Angel will guide from post 8, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy, for owner Robert Salzman. That's the third race field. They'll go to the gate in 5 minutes. Just a reminder, there is a carryover in tonight's Pick 5, race 3 being the first leg of the Pick 5. The carryover this evening, it stands at $483.
We're taking a look at the starters in race 3, and this is the handicappers' shared top selections Mustang in line to Todd Trites. This one has been in PEI for quite a while and has a class drop in the debut for George Renison. And this one was also third of 4 horses in the fastest qualifier last Friday. Dylan's Mustang, 10-1.
Here now is the official rundown from tonight's second race. Number 1, Malice Intent, finished third. 2 Footprints in the Sand was fourth. 3, Vino Louis, 5. 4, Better On Than Off, the winner. 5, Jack Flashes the Gas, 6th. And 6, Glenview Ronda was second. Fractions for the mile were 30-1, 101-4, 130-3. In the mile, a lifetime mark for Better On Than Off, 159 2/5. Top down, your card is 345-162. The 461 try in race 2, 31-30. 46 exactor, 16-90.
Taking a look at your screen, that's the Roan Sinful Vito with Dave Dowling catch driving. And this is a bit of a parimutuel comeback. His last win was July 10th of 2020 at Truro Raceway with a pocket trip. He hasn't raced since September 25th of 2020, but he did qualify for Jamie Ramsey last Friday. So take a look at Sinful Vito. He is making a bit of a comeback after a layoff, and he has some good history at Truro Raceway. And now on your screen is the 7, Don't Stand in My Way, and driver Gregory Monroe. This one has more 2022 victories than the rest of the field combined. So both were from inside posts in July before the break here at Truro. with Gregory Monroe driving. So a tough post to overcome, but very good current form for Don't Stand in My Way. The 7, who's currently 7-2. And taking a little trip through the infield, it can be a good way to keep a horse calm at the start of the race. So that's what's happening right now on your screen. Waiting for race 3 to begin. You're seeing the 1, Mr. Yokosipi, and Dale Spence in the infield, getting ready for the start. Mr. Yokosipi, a free-legged veteran who qualified here and finished 4th last Friday. He did lose ground late. Adding the catch driver helps tonight. And he's getting ready for the start and the race call of Joe Kelly in race 3.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving for the 3rd race. It's post time. Third race, top of the stretch as Mr. Yokosipi. Crafty Example, Pride of Paradise, Dylan's Mustang, Sinful Veto, Kingston Sealster, Don't Stand in My Way, and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. They're off and pacing along the rail. Mr. Yokosipi away quickly, looks for the early lead, also driving up. He's Sinful Veto from post 5. He's charging on to take over the lead as they head by the opening 8th. Mr. Yokosipi now sits second. Out of the outside 3rd, that's Dylan's Mustang along the rail. Pride of Paradise next in line from 4. And off the rail in 5 is Crafty Example. Outside and to park 6th is Kingston Sealster. Back in 7, Don't Stand in My Way. And DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. Can see them all as they arrive at the opening quarter. Out front, Sinful Veto shows the way out there by a length and a quarter. Parked and driving outside, Dylan's Mustang second along the rail. Mr. Yokosipi is in the pocket 3rd. Then a pacing a 4th. That's Pride of Paradise. 5th on the outside. Going the long route, Kingston Sealster. Inside is Crafty Example from 6. Back to the trailing duo. They are Don't Stand in My Way and DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy. 28-3. The snappy opening quarter for this field as they arrive at the midway point. It's Sinful Vito in control. Outside, going the long route, Dylan's Mustang. A tiring trip second. Inside third, that's Mr. Yokosipi along the rail. Crafty Example will need room from 4. Outside, following cover from 5. That's Pride of Paradise. Third over 6th is Kingston Sealster. Then back in 7, Don't Stand in My Way. From the back, DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy is peaking 3 high. Onto the backside, 58-4 was the half. Onto 3/4, Sinful Vito still the boss. Up 3 high. That is Pride of Paradise now to take over the lead as they arrive at 3/4. Dylan's Mustang outside moves on for second. Now a tired third is Sinful Vito along the rail. Mr. Yokosipi now with room from 4. They head now to the 7/8, and Pride of Paradise opening up on the front end is clear by 4. Moving up for second, Dylan's Mustang outside and pacing third as they swing off the top turn. Mr. Yokosipi on down the lane they come. Pride of Paradise, the one to reel in, is safe by 4. Outside, Mr. Yokosipi is closing in, but running at a racetrack, it is Pride of Paradise to win it. Second, Mr. Yokosipi holding for third after the long journey is Dylan's Mustang. Island 201 and 1/5.
And here's the stretch drive where Robbie Smallwood and Pride of Paradise have put away the rest. They're opening up and drawing clear for this veteran's first win in 11 tries this year. Pride of Paradise in 201 and 1. Mr. Yokosipi off that pocket trip gets up for place ahead of the parked out Dylan's Mustang, who had a very tough trip there. But full credit to Pride of Paradise.
Now back in front of us, the third race winner, number 3, Pride of Paradise. He's a 10-year-old bay gelded son of Western Paradise. Over Robbie Smallwood and Cyril Harvey, trained by Henry Smallwood, driven this evening by Robbie Smallwood. Pride of Paradise in 201 and 1/5. Third race is now official. 1 Mr. Yokosupi was second, 2 Crafty Example fifth, 3 Pride of Paradise the winner, 4 Dylan's Mustang third, 5 Sinful Vito sixth, 6 Kingston Sealster 8, 7 Don't Stand in My Way was fourth, and 8 DJ's Coca-Cola Cowboy seventh. Fractions for the mile were 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 130 and 1, and the mile in 201 and 1/5. In review from the top, your card is 251 36847. Third race triactor, 314 combination, $493.40. The 3-1 exactor, $129.80. And the early daily double, 4-3 combination, $29.60. Up next, the fourth race. No changes in race 4. 8 minutes to post.
How about Pride of Paradise there with that big move at 3/4, the 3-wide move that got him there as Sinful Vito packed it in after doing the early work that race and parked out Dylan's Mustang. No dice tonight. Credit to Dale Spence for keeping Mr. Yokosupi calm in the infield for that good pocket trip and a good finish in the last race. So now we're coming up on race 4. We see it the same way, myself, in the program selections. So we likely to win on top, who did win in previous Truro visit for Mark Campbell. That was July 23rd at a higher classification. Then the 7 is Lively Freddy, who won 3 of his most recent 4 starts at Truro in $7,000.
Enters are on the track for the fourth race. Kevin Harry, Team Sales Post Parade. Here's the field for the fourth. Number 1 is Nova Scotia Beach, shown by Archie Heddy, Lorraine Daly, and Gordy Rudolph with Darren Crow driving. From post 2 is Electric Sill. Todd Treitz at the lines for Andrea Runnison and Clarissa Mahar. Jeff Ellis from post 3 with Electric Express, owned by Brody Ellis. Blood S. Young, Lester, and Jeff Campbell, the owners, with Mark Campbell driving. Number 4 likely to win. Whistling Cricket has post 5, Greg Monroe aboard, for Heather Gaddy, Gail Skelhorn, Margaret Hobson, and Gloria Carey. Paul Langell in charge of 6, Lightly Twisted, owned by Paul Burgess. From post 7 is Lively Freddy, owned by Craig White. Catch driven this evening by Gilles Barrio. And from post 8, the rest of the story gets Ernie Laffin for Michelle Patrickin. That's the fourth race field. Post time in 5 minutes.
And with the post parade complete, we're looking at the handicappers selections again here in race 4. I didn't get to mention Electric Sill. He's our shared selection for show. And this one started from post 7 at Summerside on Monday. It was trailing throughout most of the mile and gained some ground up the pylons late. And this is his last year of racing, 14-year-old Electric Sill. So He was a game second last Friday at Truro. We're taking a look right now at our shared top choice that's likely to win, and Mark Campbell. He's looking alert with the ears moving. That's likely to win, not Mark. He's got 3 wins in 12 starts this season so far, a nice percentage there. And he is back from Charlottetown, where there was a tough trip there. His win at Truro was a new lifetime best. A stalking trip on July 23rd at higher classification, 155 flat for likely to win. Your 2-to-1 choice right now, not the betting favorite, but popular. There's the distinctive chestnut Lively Freddy. And I think I accidentally declared him in his last year of racing, but that is actually Electric Sill in the last year of racing. Lively Freddy is 9 years old, the chestnut. He's got a tough post tonight. He had the rail last time, finishing 4th for Dale Spence. Gilles Barrio, Maritime Magic Man, driving tonight, and this one has quite a win percentage this season. Trainer Clayton Stevens doing very well with him. 6 wins in 13 starts so far in 2022 for Lively Freddy. And there he is, 14-year-old Electric Sill, a very popular veteran. Todd Treitz is driving him, and just a few months left of parimutuel competition for Electric Sill. George Renison trains him, and he's been around here for quite a while. He's a 3rd choice for me this race, as well as the program selections. He's coming back from Summerside, where he closed for 4th, held on there for 4th in a 158 mile. This season, he's only got 1 win, but it was at Truro in 158 and 4. So an inside post, but an outside chance for 3rd choice, Electric Sill. And on your screen now, with post 8, which is tough to overcome, it's the rest of the story, who was excellent last week in his comeback after a vacation, as many of the Truro horses had. He hadn't raced here in August. There was no racing here in August. So the rest of the story, he came back, he made front, and the rest of the story was him going to a nice multi-length win in 159 flat for trainer-driver Ernie Laffin. So he's got the outside post. It's a little harder to get that kind of trip when you are this far out, but he's definitely in good form. The rest of the story.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate now moving up into position for the fourth race. It's post time. Race number 4 on the evening has Nova Scotia Beach, Electric Sill, Electric Express likely to win, Whistling Cricket, Slightly Twisted, Lively Freddy, and the rest of the story. They're off and pacing inside Nova Scotia Beach along with Electric Sill. Those two out to battle for the early lead as they race into that first turn. Outside and up 3 high, likely to win. On the extreme outside, Lively Freddy is caught 4 wide as they battle for position into that first turn. On into the backstretch, led by Nova Scotia Beach. Now moving up in the center, likely to win, looking to take over, but now challenged on the outside by Lively Freddy. They race past the opening quarter, and Lively Freddy finally reaches top spot as they arrive at the quarter. He is now clearing the lead. Giving way, likely to win, sits the pocket. Next in line, Nova Scotia Beach is third, followed by Electric Sill in the 4 spot. Back in 5, Electric Express. Then sixth in line, that's Whistling Cricket. Back in 7, Slightly Twisted, and trailing the field is the rest of the story. 28-3 was the initial quarter. Off the turn into the stretch now as they race in front of the grandstand for the first time, nearing the half. Up front, Lively Freddy shows the way, getting the trip second. That is likely to win. The first over advancer is Whistling Cricket up into 3. That will tow Slightly Twisted up on the outside into the second over spot, 4th. Inside and caught in 5th is Nova Scotia Beach. Inside 6, nowhere to go for Electric Sill. Out and on the move from 7 is the rest of the story, and trailing is Electric Express. The half paced in 59-1 on the way to 3/4, and Lively Freddy is still the boss, leading the way by a length and a quarter. On the outside, Whistling Cricket sent 3 high, Slightly Twisted. Inside, trapped in the pocket. That's likely to win now 4th. They race to the 7/8. And out there, 3 high, Slightly Twisted. Moves on, looking to take over from Lively Freddy. Whistling Cricket outside is still there. 3rd inside, still nowhere to go for likely to win 4th. An 8th to come off the turn. 128 4 3/4. And Slightly Twisted has taken over as they straighten out for the stretch drive. Outside now, 2nd is Whistling Cricket, attiring Lively Freddy back 3rd. On down the lane, Slightly Twisted far outside. The rest of the story is closing in, but it will be Slightly Twisted here to win it. It's tight for 2nd. Whistling Cricket looking to nose out Lively Freddy at the line. The mile in 158 3/5.
And in a trip that was perfectly timed by Paul Langell, Slightly Twisted with a 3-wide move to the front, overtaking Whistling Cricket, who held on for place. Slightly Twisted made the best of post 6 and got there first. Whistling Cricket holding on for place and battle on for show. Lively Freddy used hard early, and the rest of the story coming on late. A very competitive battle for place and show there, but no question, Slightly Twisted, a 158 3 winner.
Fourth race winner now back in victory lane. She's number 6, Slightly Twisted. 4-year-old bay daughter of Stonebridge Terror out of the Jenna's Beach Boy Dam, French Toast. Well, Paul Burgess of Fredericton, trained and driven to victory by Paul Angel, Slightly Twisted, pacing at 158 3/5. Here's how they finished in the fourth race. Number 1, Nova Scotia Beach was 7th. 2, Electric Sill 4th. 3, Electric Express was 8th. 4, Likely to Win finished 5th. 5, Whistling Cricket was 2nd. 6, Slightly Twisted the winner. 7, Lively Freddy 3rd. 8, The Rest of the Story was 6th. Quarter paced in 28 3. The half reached in 59 1. 3 quarters in 1:28 4. The mile for Slightly Twisted 1:58 3/5. Rechecking top down. Your programs are 7, 4, 8. 5, 2, 1, 3, 6. Fourth race tries paid in the 6, 5 all combinations, $298.50. And the exactors were 6 all, $29.50. Up next, race 5, driver change in the upcoming 5th. Number 2, Reggie's Game, make it Dave Dowling in the bike. Reggie's Game also with a bridle change open to closed. 5th race post in 9 minutes.
Sometimes as a handicapper, you just have to feel a little humbled. In race 4, those who look back in Slightly Twisted's lines will see that tonight's 14-1 winner had her last win at Truro from the same post for Paul Langell in July in the same identical time, 1:58 3. So 14-1 tonight. She wasn't then, but congrats if you had Slightly Twisted, the major upset in race 4. Moving on, turning the page to race 5. Similar top 2 here from myself in the program selections. We both have Lobel Bruiser with Todd Treitz from post 5 on top, over Fifth Estate and Ernie Laffin, the 3. We don't see things the same for show. I have Sunny Billion. I will admit I do own some of Sunny Billion, who's driven by Darren Crow, and he's got the rail tonight. And then Joe likes Salzbrook Flicka and Paul Treves from post 6. And we've seen how post 6 can work out quite well. Just ask Paul Langell, who had a post 6 winner in the last. 5-3-1 is how I see it. The post parade is coming up shortly here at Truro Raceway.
Horses now entering the track for the 5th race, Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Here are the entries. Number 1 is Sunny Billion. Over the Won't Back Down stable with Darren Crow driving. Reggie's Game from post 2 owned by Donna Wilson. Note the driver change to Dave Dowling. Ernie Laughlin will guide 5th Estate from post 3. He's owned by Michelle Patrickin. Clayton Stevens owns and drives number 4, Grin's Little Flirt. Kerry and Lois Saunders hold the ownership papers on 5 Lobel Bruiser with Todd Treitz at the lines. Paul Trev sits behind number 6, Salzburg Flicka, for owner Tracy McQuaid. And Digger 2 to complete the field from post 7, owned by Henry Smallwood, driven by Cyril Harvey. 5th race post in 5 minutes.
With the program selections and my selections up on the screen again, I'll talk about why Lobel Bruiser this week. He is always a questionable horse. It's up to him whether he's going to behave or not, but he did overcome post 7 Friday. He did have an outside trip and he got up to show in a dead heat. So his first 2022 win was from July 1st from the same post for the same driver. Often that works out, as it did last race for Slightly Twisted. All the variables are in place. So it's up to Lobel Bruiser now. He's got 2 wins this season, and Todd Treitz has him moving well out there now, and he looks focused tonight, so let's hope I don't jinx him. Top choice, Lobel Bruiser. And pacing onto your screen, that's the 3, 5th Estate, who actually paced the quickest mile of his career, 1:58 flat here at Truro on Canada Day. And that was a second over effort for show in Friday's return. He had 2 wins here this year for Ernie Laughlin. So 5th Estate, good choice for second, and he is a contender to win. He's 3-1 now as the betting public sides with the top choice 1-2 favorite Lobel Bruiser. And the horse I've been told at Brewster's is the best looking horse on the grounds. I'm very biased about Sunny Billion from the rail. He's winless this year, but he had a profitable month of July at Truro. He visited Summerside recently and finished 4th. He's got post relief here. He does have the rail and was gaining ground late in his last 3 tries for regular driver Darren Crow, who's back aboard tonight. There goes Grin's Little Flirt, the 4, with Clayton Stevens driving. And this mare She is dropping in class. She closed ground, but not position in her last start. She was fifth and gaining ground at the finish from the same post at Truro. That was last Friday. And here's the outside horse, Dinger 2 for Cyril Harvey. And the post, I think, is a tough one for this guy. He's had inside posts recently and was sixth in his last couple of tries. I think it's a tough assignment tonight against these. He was leaving from post 7 and didn't manage to get a check in his last try from there at Truro back in June. But with a trip and racing luck, Dinger 2 is a possibility. Salzbrook Flicka is the third choice among the program selections. Paul Treves has this mare from post 6, and she had a similar post last week. She actually closed very well to get up for place, just a length shy of upset winner I'm a Miracle, and at pretty long odds as well. She was 18-1, finishing second, so don't count out Salzbrook Flicka. She could surprise, and she's definitely a must-use, I think, on your Triactor tickets.
Fifth race starters have been called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Fifth race, top of the stretch, Sunny Billion. Reggie's Game, Fifth Estate, Grin's Little Flirt, Lobel Bruiser, Salzburg Flicka, and Dinger 2. They're off and pacing. Reggie's Game will get the first call. On the inside, Sunny Million will get away second. Then dropping in at the rail in 3. That's Fifth Estate. Advancing outside from 4 is Lobel Bruiser. And coming away in 5 on the outside as they continue by the opening 8th is Grin's Little Flirt. Further on back, Salzburg Flicka. And sitting at the back of the field on into the backstretch, Dinger 2. Off stride there went Lobel Bruiser. That leaves Reggie's Game on the lead by 2.5, 3, with Sunny Billion endeavoring to close that gap second. On the inside, Fifth Estate next in line from 3. Pacing on the inside, 4th. That's Grin's Little Flirt, followed by Salzburg Flicka, who looks at it from 5 on the inside, 6th. He's Dinger 2, and the breaker Lobel Bruiser sits at the back of the field now. On past the 3/8. Inquiry sign has been lit on the board. 29 seconds flat was the quarter. They swing off the turn, led into the stretch by Reggie's Game. Out there by 2 on Sunny Billion. Outside and moving first over is Salzburg Flicka from 3. Inside, staying at the rail, is Fifth Estate 4th. Outside and covered up now. That's Lobel Bruiser from 5 as they race into the lower turn on their way down to the 5/8. Reggie's Game continues on the front end. On the outside with the pressure, that is Salzburg Flicka second, the half in 101 flat. Onto the backside for the final time. Reggie's Game shows them on to 3/4. Outside is second is Salzburg Flicka. Inside, Sunny Billion is pacing third. Lobel Bruiser looking to come 3 high now from 4. They continue on past the 3/4, and Reggie's Game opening up on the front out there, clear by 3.5. Salzburg Flicka second. Inside is Sunny Billion. Outside, Lobel Bruiser is 3 high. They race now to the 7/8. It's all Reggie's Game on the front. Dave Dowling opening up now by 6 with an 1/8 left to come. Outside, Lobel Bruiser. Inside, Sunny Billion battling for second. Off the turn, 1:30 3. This one's all over. Reggie's Game winning it easily here in the 5th race. The battle for the place spot, Sunny Billion, Lobel Bruiser, and 5th Estate. Second is Sunny Billion. Looks like Lobel Bruiser over 5th Estate for third. Mile in 1:58 3. Inquiry in the 5th race. On the 5, Lobel Bruiser, just checking out his brake.
There's no doubt that Dave Dowling made the difference here, getting the win for Reggie's Game in a late driver change. That bridle change seemed to help too, because once he made front, he was gone. And that was the second win of the year for Reggie's Game. Sunny Billion from the pocket held on for place, and the inquiry is looking at Lobel Bruiser, who broke near the opening quarter. Is he going back or not? He did come on again second over.
Now back in the winner's enclosure, the 5th race winner, number 2, Reggie's Game, 4-year-old gelded son of Steelhead Hanover. Madonna Wilson of Brookside, trained by Toby McDonald. Catch driven this evening by Dave Dowling. Reggie's Game, a winner in 1:58 3/5. We will have a placing here in the 5th race. Number 5, Lobel Bruiser, finished 3rd, will be placed 5th for causing interference while on a break to the number 4 entry, Grin's Little Flirt. New top 3 finish here in the 5th race will be 2-1-3. Fifth race is now official. 1 Sunny Billion second, 2 Reggie's Game the winner, 3 Fifth Estate. Finished fourth placed third. 4 Green's Little Flirt, fifth placed fourth. 5 Lowbell Bruiser, finished third placed fifth for causing interference on a break. 6 Salzburg Flicka 6, 7 Dinger 2 was 7. Fractions were 29, 101, 130 and 3 in the mile for Reggie's Game, 158 and 3/5. Top down, your card should read after the placings 213, 4, 5, 6, 7. 213 try in race 5, 99.10. 21 exactor, 98.40. Up next, race 6. No changes for race 6. Post time in 9 minutes.
And we're coming up now to race 6 at Truro Raceway, and we see it differently, myself and the program selections from Joe Kelly for this one. I have Frontier Cruise, the 4 on top, who won his last 3 starts, stalking from the pocket and pressing the pace and then closing from off the pace. So he's a versatile contender that I like on top, Frontier Cruise. And then underneath him, the 1, Well Did. And Don't Ask Logan, despite the 8-hole, is my show horse. Then looking to the program select top choice after that last catch drive by Dave Dowling. He's definitely one to watch. A good win by Reggie's Game. With my choice, Frontier Cruise and Mark Campbell second. And then for show, Ryzen Horizon, who I own a piece of, and he's been competitive for Darren Crow. He's in the show spot for the program selections. Many options here, and 4 to 5 top choice with the betting public right now is the 4 Frontier Cruise for Mark Campbell.
Starters in the 6th race now entering the track for the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Introducing the field, here is number 1, Well Did. Owned by the Well Did Horse Owners Club. Gilles Berriot gets the catch drive. Manterio from post 2 has Dave Dowling at the controls for owners Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt. Won't back down stable, the owners of number 3, Ryzen Horizon, with Darren Crow in charge. Mark Campbell has the drive on number 4, Frontier Cruise, owned by Jean Charles and Jean Arbello. Privilege from post 5, Redmond Deuce at aboard. Owners are Aidan Farish and All for Fun stable. Dale Spence will pot it from post 6. Good Friday 3. Owner is Debbie Ellis. Chantal Langell and Dana Ghetto the owners. Paul Langell the driver of number 7, Rusty Roddy. And from post 8, Don't Ask Logan, Todd Treitz aboard for Andrea Renison, Ian McDonald, and Basil Sherry. That's the field for race 6. They'll go behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate in 5 minutes.
And with Race 6 coming up. Exactor and triactor wagering are involved, and I'm having this sense that there's going to be a carryover on the pick 5 again. I could be wrong. I'll have to check that out, but we've had a series of long shot winners. There might not be one this race. The unreliable favorite last race did break. Unfortunately, Lobel Bruiser did jump it off, making his bid. Frontier Cruise on your screen now is the wagering choice of the public. He's my top choice. He's 6-5 favorite at the moment, and he's coming in from EPR. He has had 3 consecutive wins, and the one thing that I noticed that held me back only a little was that those wins were all for Corey McPherson, who's not at Truro tonight. You can't do any better than Mark Campbell picking up the drive, though, so I'm pretty confident in Frontier Cruise, and he is going for his 7th this season. And one of the fractional horses based at Truro Raceway is on your screen right now. Well Did. The Well Did Horse Owners Club like to fill the winner's circle when this guy reaches it. Paul Langell trains, but you'll notice the Maritime Magic Man, Gilles Barrio, is aboard tonight, making his return to Truro Raceway. Some serious post relief here. This one has had the 7, the 6, and the 6. He had interference 2 starts ago. So with the rail and Gilles Barrio, Well Did could get the trip. And on your screen now, that's Don't Ask Logan with Todd Treitz driving, an outside post for this one, and he was at Summerside with post 7 recently, and he did win there. So you can't count out Don't Ask Logan from any post. He's going for his 3rd win in a row, and he has Todd Treitz back aboard, who was driving in that going away win here that was just 2 starts ago in 155 and 2 at Truro. So if you saw him last Friday, you might like him, even from this far out. 5 wins in 14 starts this season for Don't Ask Logan. The 6 is Good Friday 3 for Dale P.R. Spence, free-legged pacer. And this season so far, he's been based at Truro, 3 wins in 10 starts. And 2 starts ago, he had Lasix and managed to win. He is not on Lasix tonight because that win was at Summerside, and there is not the Lasix program at Truro. Last week, he was 3rd. Another good result for Dale Spence for Good Friday 3 from post 6. As the horses get ready to go behind the gate, that's Rising Horizon, the 3 on your screen. Driver Darren Crow has had him most weeks since he came to Nova Scotia, and he is a few starts removed from his new lifetime mark win that he took at Truro back in July. He does look good against these and has a competitive post position. He was 4th in his last 2.
It's post time for race 6. The entries have been called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. Race number 6 of the evening, top of the stretch, has Well Did, Manterio, Rise and Horizon, Frontier Cruise, Privilege, Good Friday 3, Rusty Raleigh, and Don't Ask Logan. They're off and pacing. On the inside, Well Did pushing out, looking to grab the early lead. Frontier Cruise and Privilege quickly with good early foot is driving up as they race by the opening 8th. Well Did has the lead. Now backing off, looking for a seat in the pocket is Privilege second. Good Friday 3 will find room at the rail in 3. Now dropping into 4, that's Frontier Cruise. Unhurried racing from 5 is Manterio. Back 6 to Rise and Horizon. Followed by Rusty Roddy, and at the back is Don't Ask Logan. Seating arrangements are complete as they head single file to the 3/8, led by Well Did. Now up and out of the 3 spot. Here comes Good Friday 3 up to challenge. On the inside, staying in the pocket is Privilege third. Then Frontier Cruise looks at it from 4. Manterio. He's tight on his back from 5 as they swing off the turn. 27-3 was the opening quarter. They traveled on through the stretch and past the half. Well Did, continuing to chart the path. Being pressured on the outside by the first over attacker, Good Friday 3. Inside in the pocket, Privilege 3rd. Now to the outside 4th. There goes Frontier Cruise. And Manterio will follow on his back from 5. 6th to the outside for Rise and Horizon. Staying inside, saving ground from 7 is Rusty Roddy. And Don't Ask Logan continues to see them all as they race to the backside. 55 and for a torrid opening half as they race on down the backstretch. Still led by Well Did. Outside, staying there second, Good Friday 3. 3 high is Frontier Cruise. Inside, Privilege will need room from 4. They head now to the 7/8. Well Did continues on the front. Is still there a length and a quarter. Privilege on the inside is second. And Privilege now has room as they race past the 7/8. 124 and 3/3. Well Did leads them off the top turn. Privilege on the outside. Here comes Manterio swinging off cover, is now taking dead aim down the center of the track. It's Well Did outside Privilege. In the passing lane, Rusty Roddy, and Manterio. Rusty Roddy with a ground-saving trip appears to win it. The mile in 154 and 1/5.
As they say, throw a blanket over him because that finish was tight. Well Did leading the way to the finish, and coming up the cones late, Rusty Riley, stablemate for Paul Langell, might have got there through some very brisk fractions cut by Well Did that race. But a 4-horse photo for sure for win.
Hold on to all tickets here in race 6. Judges have an inquiry underway here in race 6, looking at possible pylon violations on 2 horses at the top of the stretch, 7 Rusty Roddy and 5 Privilege. Again, inquiries underway here in race 6, possible pylon violations by 7 Rusty Roddy and 5 Privilege. Hold on to all tickets. As a result of the inquiries here in race 6, judges have determined that 7 Rusty Roddy and 5 Privilege both went inside of just 1 pylon. Therefore, no violation of the pylon rule. In the photo, it was number 7 Rusty Roddy, the winner. The 5 Privilege was second, 1 Well Did third. The 2 Manterio finished fourth. Now back in the winner's enclosure is the winner of race 6, number 7, Rusty Roddy. 11-year-old Chestnut Gelded son of Blissful Hall. Well, Chantel Angel and Dana Ghetto, trained and driven by Paul Angel. For Paul, that's his second winning drive of the evening. Rusty Roddy in 154 and 1/5. Race 6 is official. Number 1, Well Did, was third. 2, Mantario finished fourth. 3, Rise on Horizon, fifth. 4, Frontier Cruise, 8. 5, Privilege was second. 6, Good Friday 3 was seventh. 7, Rusty Roddy, the winner. 8, Don't Ask Logan, 6. Fractions were 27 and 3, 55 and 4, 124 and 3 in the mile, and 154 and 1/5. Rechecking, top down, 3, 4, 5, 8, 2, 7, 1, 6. Triactors in race 6, paid on the 7-5 all combinations, $600, $2.50. 7 all exactors, $80.30. Looking ahead to race 7, no changes in the 7th race, with post in 9 minutes.
Moving on after the upset there to race 7. Congratulations to Rusty Riley and Paul Langell for getting that passing lane victory in 154 and 1, fastest of the night so far. Taking a look ahead though, we're at race 7, and I'm going with Art Sleek on top here for Todd Trites. The program selection, see it a little differently, siding with Paul Langell again, which could be a good move here, and Camco Willow from the rail. For place, I like What Can You Say? And then for show, I'm with Camco Willow. Program selections, look to the outside, and E.R. Quinn, who had a rough start last week. That one as a place selection here. And then for show, going with What Can You Say? So a divided opinion in the 7th. Who do you like?
Now on the track, the starters in the 7th race, and here is the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. From post 1 is Camco Willow, owned by Pam Moore. Paul Angel drives. From post 2 is Stars Above, with Ernie Laughlin driving for Kurt Harper and Bria Harper. Kenny Parker, the driver of 3, Godrow Machine, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker. Darren Crow at the controls of 4, What Can You Say? Owner is Pam Moore. David and Diane Settle are the owners. Todd Trites will drive. From post 5, Art Sleek. From post 6, Kid Image, with Carl Eisner at the lines for Calvin Eisner. And Dale Spence with the drive on 7, E.R. Quinn, owned by the CC Stables. Post time for the 7th in 6 minutes.
And taking a look again at the handicappers selections for Truro Raceway, race 7. I'm going with Art Sleek on top after a third over trip behind the General's Pride, chasing leader June Bug's Baby last Friday here. She did gap cover of Camco Willow, the one tonight, but is back with Todd Trites, and he was aboard for the most recent victory by her, which was a new lifetime Merc. So Art Sleek at 5-1 right now. She could be a value here. It's been a good night for long shots, and 5-1, a nice price for my choice, Art Sleek. Looking at Camco Willow, the program selections top choice and my third pick. She won on Friday's class drop from Charlottetown, but she did get an assist when the favorite jumped. The General's Pride broke just strides from the wire. There's Art Sleek on your screen now. This is her 11th race this season, and she did take a new lifetime best at age 7 here, 158 flat. That was only 3 starts ago. She took August off from the races, like many of the horses at Truro did. There was no racing here that month, but she came back in good style last Friday, I think, with an overland trip that took away from her finish, but I see better for her tonight. And there's the favorite at the moment, the even money favorite, the 4. What Can You Say, with Darren Crow driving, down in class. And this one was a beaten favorite who last won on June 10th at a higher classification at Truro Raceway, also with Darren Crow driving, and sometimes that's a good angle. The public does seem to think so, at even money favoritism here in race 7. And there goes Camco Willow with Paul Langell driving, fresh off Paul's latest victory here with Rusty Riley. So this mare has the rail, not the 7-hole. That's an advantage. And she won by a neck last week with Paul driving again at a nice price over the General's Pride. As they get ready to go to post, I noticed that the 7 is the betting favorite now. E.R. Quinn bet down to 7-5. The camera's showing Kidam Image and Carl Eisner. And she had the same post last week, closed for 4th, behind Camco Willow. 2 wins this season, taking a mark this season that was just shy of her lifetime best that she took last year at Summerside. This 6-year-old mare was a 157-4 winner at Truro just a couple of starts back. And she's coming back now after a rest in August from Racing Action. Kidam Image, 36-1. If you like long shots, he's no tickets sold in the win pool at the moment. But with Ernie Laffin driving, I wouldn't count out Stars Above from a top 3 possibility here. He was along the cones last week, ending up 5th with a different driver aboard, and won for Ernie Laffin just 3 starts back at Truro. Stars Above this season, he's a little slower for his top winning time than some in this race, 2:02 and 3, but note he has been timed faster than that.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is now in motion. It's 7th race post time. Top of the stretch, 7th race. Camco Willow, Stars Above. Godrow Machine, What Can You Say? Art Sleek, Kid Image, and E.R. Quinn. They're off and pacing. On the inside is Camco Willow. Down the center of the track, Art Sleek with good early foot, also driving it alertly. That is What Can You Say as they race into that first turn. That's Art Sleek on the outside, up the rail. What Can You Say second. Inside third is Camco Willow. Now finding a gap at the rail in 4 is E.R. Quinn. Next in line from 5, that's Stars Above. Back 6th to the inside for Godrow Machine. The early trailer is Kid Image. They're still battling for top spot out front. On the outside, Art Sleek by half a length, but the rail is controlled by What Can You Say as they near the 3/8. In behind them, enjoying the journey in the pocket is Camco Willow third. Then tied up 4th, that's E.R. Quinn. Gapped out in 5 as they round the top turn. That is Stars Above. Then back in 6 as they approach the half. Godrow Machine and Kid Image continues to trail. 27-3. Snappy opening quarter as they arrive at the midway point. What Can You Say continuing to battle Art Sleek as they race into the lower turn. On the inside, Camco Willow patiently sits the pocket third. To the outside now from 4 as they continue on to the backstretch. E.R. Quinn inside a trapped 5th is Stars Above outside and moving in 6th. As they continue to the backside is Godrow Machine, and still trailing is Kid Image on their way to 3/4. What Can You Say leads the way. E.R. Quinn in the 3-wide pass, rushes up on the outside and will take over the lead. That's E.R. Quinn to the top, opening up now by 2.5. What Can You Say still holding second, still looking for room, and the inside is Camco Willow in 3 as they race out of the 7/8. E.R. Quinn is clear now by 4-5 lengths. What Can You Say holding second to the outside. Camco Willow now shakes loose third. Off the turn, 1:27.2 was the 3/4 on down the stretch. E.R. Quinn has got the jump on them, and E.R. Quinn is going to take it here in the 7th race. Closing in for second, Camco Willow. What Can You Say holds for the show spot. Out in 1:57 4/5.
Some redemption there in race 7 for Chris Coven's E.R. Quinn, who had a rough start last week, breaking early, but a 3-wide move by Dale Spence gets the win tonight for E.R. Quinn from post 7, a multi-length winner. First win of the season, 18th start. And up for place, pocket sitter Camco Willow. Holding on for show is What Can You Say, who was hard-used parking Art Sleek much of this mile. A sharp 1:57.4 for this group, and E.R. Quinn.
Seventh race winner now back in victory lane. He's number 70, Quinn, 10-year-old gelded son of Total Truth, over the CC stables of Middle Sackville. Trained by Chris Coven, driven by Dale Spence. Quinn in 157 4/5. Seventh race is official. 1 Camco Willow second, 2 Stars Above fifth, 3 Godrow Machine fourth, 4 What Can You Say third, 5 Art Sleek sixth, 6 Kidam Image 7, and 7 Quinn the winner. 27 3 was the quarter, the half 57 1, 3 quarters in 1, 27 2, the mile in 157 4/5 for Quinn. At the top, your card is 254 3671. 714 try in race 7, 59.20. 7-1 exactor, 15.60. No winning tickets sold in tonight's pick 5. We have a carryover of $715. Up next, race 8. No changes in the 8th. Post time in 8.
And it's hard to believe we're already at race 8 coming up next here at Truro Raceway on Johnny Conroy Memorial Night. And also hard to believe there's another carryover in the pick 5, although looking back over the last few, it's less surprising. Some upset winners tonight. Moving on now, this race, we have divided opinion about the winner. Joe, in the program selections, is going with At the Helm and Darren Crow from Post 2, while I'm looking to the 4, Go With It, and Ernie Laughin. We both like the 7, although I put Chick McGuire a little higher in my triactor. I like him for second. He had a tough trip last week. And for second in the program selections, that's the 1, I'm a Miracle, who was a nice priced winner last week. I'm putting her third. So we like similar horses, but different winners on top of these triactors. Post Parade is coming up.
Entries on the track for race 8 for the Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Here is the field. Number 1 is I'm a Miracle. Todd Treitz will drive for Gary Cave. At the helm for post 2 has Darren Crow aboard for Pam Moore and Blair Saunders. Paul Langell at the controls of 3 Preceptor for owner Roseanne Langell. Gordy McCabe, the owner of 4 Go With It. Ernie Laffin does the driving. Robbie Smallwood will guide from post 5, Lucy with Diamonds. She's owned by Cyril Harvey. Adam Johnson is the owner. Red Medusa against the drive at number 6, Glenview Quintana. And to complete the field from post 7, Chick McGuire has Dale Spence driving for Debbie Ellis, Anthony Repschel, and Wally Cameron. Post time for race 8 in less than 4 minutes.
Under the lights, with race 8 coming up on Johnny Conroy Memorial Night at Truro Raceway. We're looking at the program selections again, and it's a divided opinion for top choice. 6-5 favorite with the betting public is Joe Kelly's top pick as well, at the helm for Darren Crow, and it's understandable why. I think Pam Moore owned and trained Darren Crow at the lines on At the Helm, and a great post here tonight on the reduced classification at Truro, coming over from Charlottetown. Here's who I'm going with, though. It's Go With It, who is a hard-trying horse, and I'm quite familiar with him. Hello, Gordy. Gordy McCabe owns and trains. And this one just missed by a neck to Brookdale Gym last Friday for Ernie Laffin, who is driving again tonight. And the post position was similar, so a similar trip is possible. Staying near the front of the pack, but maybe not sacrificing first over to get there, a move which hasn't worked for some as the card has continued tonight. That narrow miss makes me think he could possibly get there tonight. That's Go With It. And on your screen now, that's the 7, Chick McGuire, a little funky gated at the moment, but sure to get down to business once it's time to race. Dale Spence has this one from the outside. And again, the post, sometimes a disadvantage, but don't tell Rusty Riley I said that. He's a factor, I think. I don't know about a win. He's still working on that at Truro. He's often on the outside, I find, and perhaps just needs a slightly more racing luck to get his first of the year. He's made 24 starts already and still winless, so he's a little risky perhaps on top, but at 6-1 from post 7, he's definitely getting some attention. That's Chick McGuire. And with rail advantage tonight is I'm a Miracle, and she's making her first start after a win here last Friday. Todd Treitz is staying with this mare. It was a nice stalking trip from an outside post, and the 201-3 win was not her fastest this year, not by a stretch. She's considerably faster with a lifetime mark of 157 taken here last year. And earlier in the season, she wasn't far from that with a 157-3 win for Paul Langell at Truro. So watch for I'm a Miracle from the rail. She's very strong consideration for top 3 material tonight. There's Perceptor as the field gets ready to go behind the gate. Paul Langell with this 9-year-old who has a strong back history at Truro, some back class to Perceptor. He just has the one win this year, though, so I'm a little less
Home Hardware
receptive.
Building Center starting 8, moving up for race 8. It's post time. Seven behind the gate for race 8. Top of the stretch. I'm a Miracle at the helm. Preceptor. Go with it. Lucy with Diamonds. Glenview Quintetta. And Chick McGuire. They're off and pacing. I am a Miracle in at the rail, away quickly. She'll grab the lead on the outside. Go with it. Leaves quickly as they race into that first turn. Crossing over at the helm. Takes a tuck. Outside, advancing on the limb is Glenview Quintetta. And coming away at the rail in 5 as they enter the backstretch for time 1 is an unhurried Preceptor, followed by Lucy with Diamonds and the early trailer. That's Chick McGuire. They all have seats at the rail as they race past the opening quarter. Out front, it's I'm a Miracle. She'll dictate the early terms out there by a length and a half. Go with it. Pockets up second. Then racing a close third is Glenview Quintetta. Then looking at it from 4 at the rail is at the helm. Preceptor is the 5th one. Back in 6. Lucy with Diamonds. Chick McGuire is 7th. Positions go unchanged as they continue off the top turn. 28-4 was that initial quarter as they near the half. Out front, I'm a Miracle, the uncontested leader as they arrive at the half. Content in the pocket is Go with it. First over, here comes Glenview Quintetta, the outside, a third. That will give cover to the outside to at the helm in 4. Inside and staying at the rail from 5. As they continue on to the backstretch is Preceptor out and moving from 6. As they continue to the backside is Chick McGuire. Lucy with Diamonds now is sitting at the back. 59 and a 5th was the half. On to the backstretch. Final time. I'm a Miracle holds the lead. Outside, 3 parts of a length back is second. As they continue past the 3/4, Glenview Quintetta now coming 3 high. As they race out of the 7/8 is at the helm. Inside, Go with it. Will need room from 4. 3 high from 5 is Chick McGuire. A tight pack as they race midway around the final turn. I'm a Miracle under siege from at the helm on the outside. At 8th left to pace. 128-4 was 3/4. On the inside, I'm a Miracle clings to the lead, but at the helm on the outside looms a danger. And at the helm will take over. Also fanning out for the drive is Chick McGuire. Down to the passing lane is Go with it. At the line, it will be at the helm, holding on to win it over Chick McGuire and Go with it. A mile in 1:59 2/5.
And the front end turned out not to be the place to be tonight for I'm a Miracle, as a second over move at the half proved the winning one for At the Helm. The favorite gets up over a fast closing Chick McGuire and up the pylons. That was a game go with it who was boxed in the pocket.
Now back the 8th race winner, number 2 At the Helm, 8-year-old gelding by Well Said, home of Pam Moore and Blair Saunders, trained by Pam Moore. Darren Crow with his second winning drive in the program. At the Helm, pacing in 159 2/5. Eighth race is official. 1 I'm a Miracle, 6 2 At the Helm, the winner. 3 Preceptor, 5th. 4 Go With It, 3rd. 5 Lucy with Diamonds, 4th. 6 Glenview Quintana, 7, and 7 Chick McGuire was 2nd. Fractions were 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, the mile in 159 2/5. Top down 615 3472. 274 try in race 8, 124.80. The 27 exactor 33.10. Up next, races 9 and 10, the late daily double. No program changes in either race. Post time for the 9th. First half of the late double is in less than 9 minutes.
with race 9 coming up. It's hard to believe the night is moving quickly at Truro Raceway. I think it's a good time to point out that was the fourth and fastest win
Terry
of
Saunders,
the
check with the test barn,
season
please.
for At the Helm. Taking a look at the program selections now. I like the one on top. That's Harry G, who hasn't won here in a while. He last won December 19th, 2021 from the rail for Ernie Laffin. And he has class post relief tonight for his first start since July. For the program selections, Joe has Havarti on top. She was a beaten favorite who trailed most of Friday's mile, but I like her for second. She does fit here and is a strong closer, very strong closer, and they've been doing great tonight. So watch her, Havarti, the 2. She's the top selection of the program selections. Their second choice happens to differ with mine, and it's the 4 coming up. That's Dusty Lane Sebastian and Darren Crow. And for show, the program selections have my top pick, Harry G. For show, I'm going with I'm a Looker 2, who's coming back after qualifying here last Friday. Classy
Horses now entering the track for the 9th race. Here is the 9th race, Kevin Harvey Team Sales Post Parade. Number 1 in the field is Harry G, owned by Christina Gillis. Ernie Laffin has the driving assignment. Paul Angel from post 2 with Havarti. She's owned by Chantel Angel. Ron Garland, Dave and Craig Carey share ownership of number 3, Lady in Paradise. Will be driven by Greg Monroe. From post 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian, owned by Cameron McCacken. This evening, Darren Crow. Evan Wilson owns and drives number 5, Big Engine. From post 6 is Hardy Mill Joe with Kenny Parker driving for owners, the Hardy Mill stable, and Ken Hardy. The Paulies, Doug Jr. and Sr. are the owners of 7 Brookdale Gym. Bernard McCollum at the lines. And from post 8, I'm a Looker 2, has Danny Romo driving for Bob Samara. 9th race post time is in less than 5 minutes.
And we're back to looking at the handicappers selections again, coming up for race 9 at Truro, the start of the late daily double. And there's a strong consensus between myself and the program selections that Havarti is a top 2 finisher. With Paul Langell driving, he's had a good night, and she does look to be closing in on a win. The question is when, because she's 0 for 11 in 2022 so far. I've gone with Harry G, who's on your screen now. Ernie Laffin driving this one, and some post relief. Broken equipment last start. The Duncan Gillis trainee already has 4 wins this season, including a best of 154-3 at Mohawk. But the half-mile track aspect, he hasn't won at Truro since last December. It's time. And Lady in Paradise is now on your screen with 3. Gregory Monroe driving the free-legged mare, daughter of the classy and good producer, Lady McCardle. This one is definitely a closer who could be a factor. She is also winless this season. That's the catch. Hard to use on top, but a possibility underneath. And she's taking some attention at the windows. She's 3-1. And on your screen now is Havarti for Paul Langell. And this 4-year-old mare tends to take a lot of money. She hasn't followed through with a win yet in 11 tries this season. She always looks good, and I think she just needs the right trip. She's been closing hard from outside posts in her last 2, and this is a definite advantage to have the 2-hole at her home track, Truro, on her return from Charlottetown. She's faced some of the toughest mares in the region and was actually in against Ace 44 Dome in that mare's Truro track record mile here. From the 8-hole and coming back from a break after a trip to Charlottetown, that's I'm a Looker Too. Danny Romo, the trainer, is in the bike. And this one is off Lasix. Of course, he qualified that way at Truro last week, finishing second to Brookdale Mickey in a personal 2:01 and 2 mile. The post is not ideal for his winning style. His last victory was on the front end in 157 and 4. So we'll see how he goes from this far out. I'm a Looker Too. Again, he's coming back off a qualifier. There's Big Engine, the 5, with Evan Wilson, his owner, trainer, driver, on your screen. He's been competitive here this season, and he's also been that way at Inverness, where he had his most recent win 3 starts ago on and off track in a time that's a little slower than you'd expect for this bunch, but the track condition played a role. They're going to post shortly in race 9.
Starters in the 9th race, moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race number 9 of the evening. Top of the stretch has Harry G. Havarti, Lady in Paradise, Dusty Lane Sebastian, Big Engine, Hardy Mill Joe, Brookdale Jim, and I'm a Looker Too. They're off and pacing away quickly up the rail is Harry G. Also moving out is Havarti, and down the center of the track, that's Big Engine. Three of them vying for top spot as they race into the first turn. Taking a tuck fourth, he's Lady in Paradise. Gapping out there a bit in 5, Dusty Lane Sebastian. Then inside and looking at it from 6 is the end of the backstretch for time 1, Hardy Mill Joe. Further on back to Brookdale Jim, and at the back is I'm a Looker 2 on through the backstretch as they arrive at the opening quarter. And out front with the lead as they check in at the quarter is Havarti outside. That's Big Engine, a park second. Inside is Harry G. Now moving up in the pocket as they race on past the 3/8 and off the top turn. They're led by Havarti. Harry G sits in the garden spot. Caught on the outside is Big Engine third. Along the inside, that's Lady in Paradise looking at it from 4. Still gapped out there 5 is Dusty Lane Sebastian as they move off the top turn. Hardy Mill Joe back there in 6th. The trailing pair as they check into the half, Brookdale Jim and I'm a Looker 2. They move into the lower turn on their way now to the 5/8. Havarti continuing on the front end. Outside the parking ticket to Big Engine. In the pocket is Harry G getting the trip third. Along the rail, Lady in Paradise elects to stay in 4th. Outside and now catching up to the cover is Dusty Lane Sebastian on the outside. Then Dusty Lane Sebastian will tip 3 high. The half 57 seconds flat on their way to 3/4. And Havarti still in control outside of 3 high. Here comes Dusty Lane Sebastian. Harry G along the inside is third. A tiring Big Engine dropping back 4th outside 3 high. 5 is Hardy Mill Joe. They race to the 7/8 and it's still Havarti holding the lead. Dusty Lane Sebastian the outside second. Inside Harry G third. Up into contention is Hardy Mill Joe. Looking at it from 4 as they swing off the top turn. 1:26 and 3/4. Havarti leads them off the top turn and into the lane. On the outside, Dusty Lane Sebastian. Harry G in the passing lane. Hardy Mill Joe right down to the line. Dusty Lane Sebastian. Dusty Lane Sebastian reaching up in the final strides to win it. Tight for the place spot. Harry G against Havarti. The mile in 1:55 and 4/5.
A perfect trip for Darren Crow and Dusty Lane Sebastian in the closing strides. Got up to take down mile-cutting Havarti and passing lane-bound Harry G. 1:55 and 4.
We have a dead heat in the place photo between 1 Harry G and 2 Havarti. Dead heat for place. Now back in the winner's enclosure, the 9th race winner, number 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian, 4-year-old Bay Gellert, son of Steelhead Hanover. Son of the Ameripan Gigolo Dam Sienna Win. Owned by Cameron McCacken of Lower Onslow, trained by Cameron. Darren Crow completing a driving hat-trick in the evening. Dusty Lane Sebastian in a career best mile, 1:55 4/5. Ninth race is official. 1 Harry G, second dead heat. 2 Havarti finished second in a dead heat. 3 Letty in Paradise fifth. 4 Dusty Lane Sebastian the winner. 5 Big Engine 8. 6 Hardy Mill Joe fourth. 7 Brookdale Jim 7. 8 Amalooker 2 6. Fractions were 27 3, 57 to the half, 126 3 quarters. The mile, a lifetime mark for Dusty Lane Sebastian, 155 4/5. Rechecking top down, 2 dead heat, 518 476. Triactors in the ninth, 4-1-2 combination, 2310 421, return $17. The exactors, 4-1-750, 4-2-610. Up next, the feature of the evening, the $10,000 Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational Pace. 9 entries for the 10th race. There are no changes to report. Post time in 10 minutes.
Race 10 coming up, the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational, and we see it eye to eye, myself and the program selections this race, with Twin Be Tough Enough on top here, and that's from the rail for Gilles Berriot, and he won his last start for Gilles Berriot in the Governor's Plate elimination at Summerside. And they're back together again after his fastest ever victory on a half in the Gold Cup and Saucer Consolation, 151-1. Time to Dance is Truro's all-age track record holder. He's the 9, so a second-tier start for Mark Campbell's classy veteran. And then the 2 is Beach and Lindy, who had a last-to-first move we won't forget from this old home week for Steve Charlton. And he was second to Time to Dance in the Lindsay Construction Exhibition Cup this year at Truro. So some late speed from Beach and Lindy. We see it eye to eye. And the rest is up to you in the Johnny Conroy Memorial coming up next. I would like to mention some history about Johnny Conroy. He raced for the Longworth stables of Truro Raceway, and he started his career in New Brunswick before going to Truro. He raced at St. John and in Amherst in Nova Scotia, and he was associated with driving Lambert Todd, Baron Aubrey, Captain Mac, a number of famous horses of the era. He drove for the Alexander stable of St. John, and there he drove Great Guy, Klondike Grattan, and Hanover Courier. He set records across the Maritimes with horses like Josie the Great, who was at one time the fastest maritime pacing mare. And the horse associated with him most would be Jollity. He drove until illness made him stop at he was at an advanced age. I don't know the age here, but it was 1962 when Johnny Conroy retired from driving, but his name lives on in this fantastic field of the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational.
Horses are now entering the racetrack for tonight's featured 10th race, the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational Pace. 9 starters competing for a purse of $10,000. Here now is the Kevin Harry Team Sales Post Parade for the Conroy. Post 1 is Twinbee Tough Enough, a 7-year-old son of Rock and Roll Heaven. He sports a lifetime mark of 149-4, career earnings in excess of $600,000. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, driven this evening by Gilles Berriot from Post 1, is Twinbee Tough Enough. Number 2 in the field is Beach and Lindy. He's a 7-year-old gelded son of Some Beach Somewhere, owned by Steve Charlton of Dundas, Ontario. He sports a lifetime mark of 151-2, earnings of in excess of $250,000. Steve Charlton does the training, and Steve is on the bike this evening behind number 2, Beach and Lindy. From post 3 is Rotten Ronnie. a 4-year-old maritime bred son of Malicious. Over Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart of Inverness. Rotten Ronnie's career mark stands at $152.04. His earnings of $74,142. He's trained by Lennon McIsaac and driven by Redmond Doucette from post 3, Rotten Ronnie. Number 4 is No Plan Intended. A 4-year-old Bay-Gullet son of Up the Credit, now owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt of Vernon Bridge PEI. No Plan Intended has earnings of $246,000. A career mark of 151-1. Trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven by Dave Dowling from post 4 is No Plan Intended. Number 5 in the field is Always Be Sweet. A 4-year-old gelding by Always Be Mickey. He's owned by Kevin Harvey, Rudge Racing, and the Hardy Mill Stable. He has a career mark of 150-1, earnings of over $90,000. Trained by Anthony Stymist and driven this evening by Darren Crow from post 5, Always Be Sweet. Leaving from post 6 is a 6-year-old gelded son of American Ideal, American Risk, all by the Risky Biz Group of Truro. He has a career mark of 153-2. His lifetime earnings stand at $91,682. He's trained by George Renison and driven by Todd Trites from post 6 is American Risk. Bugsy McGuire will leave from post 7. He's an 8-year-old gelded son of Better's Delight. His career earnings stand just shy of $300,000. He has a mark of 152-1. He's owned by Walter Simmons of Summerside. He's trained by Wade Thury and driven this evening by Damian McClellan from post 7. That's Bugsy McGuire. Leaving from post 8 this evening is Batter Up Hanover. 4-year-old gelding by Betting Line. Owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Doug Lowthers, and Chantel Langell. Batter Up Hanover has a mark of 151-4. Earnings in excess of $50,000. He's trained and driven by Paul Langell. Leaving from post 8 is Batter Up Hanover. And to complete the field from the trailing 9 position is Time to Dance. He's a 6-year-old gelded son of a rock and roll dance. By Brent Campbell of Charlottetown and Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario. Time to Dance has earnings of $196,000. A career mark of 151-3 taken right here at Truro Raceway. Trained by Mark Campbell and driven by Mark from post 9 is Time to Dance. That's the field for the 2022 edition of the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational Pace. Post time is in less than 4 minutes.
Some great biographical information on all 9 starters in this stacked edition of the Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational coming up here at Truro Raceway. What a field. Twin Be Tough Enough and Gil Berrio, my top choice here. And I don't think that it's much surprise. He's reunited with the driver for whom he had a strong win there by 3 open lengths at Summerside. And that was a little while ago now, but it was a Governor's Plate elimination in July, and that has to be considered. You're looking at some very top class horses, and that was the last time they won together. And he was also a winner by a nose at Charlottetown on the 19th, and that was very good performance, old home week. So Twin Be Tough Enough, rail. a little more about Johnny Conroy, the namesake of this race. He was actually honored by the Truro Horsemen's Club in 1968. There was a banquet with more than 300 people who showed up to honor Johnny Conroy. Again, that was in 1968. Back into the present, here's Time to Dance. He's got the second tier tonight for Mark Campbell, but this is Truro Raceway's track record holder, and a 151 3 mile on this oval is nothing to shrug at from the second tier or not. He's coming in on a 2-race win streak, and Mark Campbell regularly drives him, so it's a very good spot to be. I think he's got some speed to follow from the second tier, and he's got his regular driver. And as we know, he likes Truro, and he's going for his 8th possible win this season. He's got 7 in 13 starts, so quite a resume for the always classy Time to Dance. A shout out to Fred McDonald over in PEI, who informs me that Johnny Conroy was the leading Old Home Week driver at Charlottetown in 1928, 1930, 1933, 1938, and 1943. An outstanding horseman, Johnny Conroy. Thank you, Fred. As we get ready for the start of this very exciting edition of the Conroy Memorial, Beach and Lindy, the free-legged pacer, has post 2, and he's a possible upsetter here from off the pace for Steve Charlton. He was just a blur flying past at the end to get past Spectrum Sealster and win 2 starts ago at Charlottetown. And he's coming in from EPR, where he was a fast closing second to Time to Dance. So we'll see. He's got a good spot here for the rematch.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate moving up into positions for the Johnny Conroy Memorial. It's post time. Truro Raceway would like to say hello this evening to Greg Nixon, a former APHRC racing official who was watching our simulcast this evening from Saskatchewan. Hope all is well in the Western Province, Greg, and thanks for tuning in. Race number 10 on the evening. It's the $10,000 Johnny Conroy Memorial Invitational Pace. Twin B Tough Enough, Beach and Lindy, Rotten Ronnie, No Plan Intended, Always Be Sweet, American Risk. Bugsy McGuire, batter up Hanover in the back tier is Time to Dance. They're off and pacing in the Conroy. Away quickly on the outside. American Risk down to the inside. Twin B Tough Enough along with Beach and Lindy. Rotten Ronnie is there in the early mix as they race into the first turn. Quickly taking over. American Risk opening up. A quick 2.5, 3-length lead. Parked to the outside. Rotten Ronnie is second inside and moving up now. Twin B Tough Enough. They make their way onto the opening quarter and American Risk is showing the way. Twin B Tough Enough will not sit the pocket. He's out and driving now to take over the lead as they race on the 3/8. Twin B Tough Enough, the new leader. American Risk second. Out for the long ride is Rotten Ronnie, parked out third. On the inside, Beach and Lindy has found room in four. Then fifth, and moving to the outside is No Plan Intended as they race off the top turn. 27 seconds flat was the initial quarter. On through the stretch now as they approach the half. And Twin B Tough Enough in control. Out there by two. American Risk second. Rotten Ronnie has found a seat at the rail third. Uncovered outside. Here comes No Plan Intended to challenge. Time to Dance. He's right on his back. On the outside, moving up to fourth. They race to the backside. Final time 54 and 4 was the half. Twin B Tough Enough is the one to take down. Outside, No Plan Intended has intentions on taking them down as they race on to the three quarters. No Plan Intended at the outside. Twin B Tough Enough battling at the rail. Now gapping out is American Risk on the inside third. Gapped in his cover is Time to Dance outside fourth. Inside Trap fifth. That is Rotten Ronnie. Outside and moving from six, Beach and Lindy. They race to the 7/8. Battling out front is the two-horse race now as they have less than an eighth to come. It's No Plan Intended at the outside, but it's still Twin B Tough Enough at the rail. 123 three quarters. Twin B Tough Enough. No Plan Intended. Twin B Tough Enough. Yes, he's tough enough. He wins it by a length and a quarter. Second, No Plan Intended. American Risk holding for third. The mile, look at it. We have a new track record, 150 and 4/5.
First to sacrifice, American Risk, but a two-horse match race to the finish between new track record holder Twin B Tough Enough and challenger No Plan Intended. First over and chasing him right to the wire. A perfect trip for Gilles Barrio and a new 150 and 4 track record for Twin B Tough Enough.
Operating back into victory lane is the new track record holder here at Truro Raceway. He's Twin B Tough Enough. 7-year-old brown son of rock and roll heaven. Out of the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. Driven this evening by Gilles Barrio. Twin B Tough Enough sets the new track record here at Truro Raceway. Pacing the mile in 150 and 4/5. Congratulations to Twin B Tough Enough, his owner Patrick Morris, trainer Ronnie Matheson, Gilles Berriot. Twin B Tough Enough taking the featured Johnny Conroy Memorial this evening. Track record 150-4. Here's how they finished in the Conroy. Number 1, Twin B Tough Enough, the winner. 2 Beach and Lindy, 7. 3 Rotten Roddy was 5th. 4 No Plan Intended, 2nd. 5 Always Be Sweet, 9th. 6 American Risk, 3rd. 7 Bugsy McGuire, 6th. 8 Batter Up Hanover, 8. And 9 Time to Dance finished 4th. Fractions for the record-setting mile. Quarter in 27, half 54 and 4, 3 quarters in 123 in the mile for Twin B Tough Enough, a new track record. Here at Truro Raceway, 150 and 4/5. From the top down, 175, 293, 684. 10th race try, 146 combination, $412.20. The 1-4 exactor, $16.50. Late daily double combination, 4-1, $20.40. That concludes our 10-dash Cardiff Harness Racing for a Friday evening here at Truro Raceway. We thank you for joining us this evening and hope you can join us once again when live harness racing action continues here at Truro Raceway next Friday evening. First race post is 6 p.m.
And this is Melissa Keith jumping on the show one more time to sign off and congratulate Ronnie Matheson and owner Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, And of course, driver Gilles Barrio for the track record performance by Twinbee Tough Enough. And if you take a look on the program lines, that was actually a seasonal record equaling mile for Twinbee Tough Enough. His 1:50.4 Truro track record matches his previous fastest win of the year taken at the Meadowlands. Way to go to all the connections. And thanks very much to Sugar Doyle, Universum Media, Kelly McEachen, and Joe Kelly for letting me help with the picks and commentary this evening. Have a great night and happy racing over the weekend elsewhere. Bye-bye.